Good morning. All right. Interesting. Okay. I'm still trying to open everything on my computer. Give me a second. All right, it seems pretty obvious. Bulls have retreated back to 4,300 as much as they can. Decent put walls at 10 and 15. Doesn't look like they're doing a great job shorting vol. Sub 4,300 vol's gonna tick up. Let's see what our net delta looks like. Put delta's falling off a little bit. Call delta's remaining pretty steady. Bulls trying to squeeze? No, I don't think so. Bulls look pretty fucked right now. I guess the out of the money position is a little bit weak. There's some 43.20, 43.25 calls. Above 43.20 we could move up. So I guess there's some risk there. Because call side interest is picking up. How's NQ looking today? NQ got hit harder today than ES. Oil's down. Dixie, Jesus Christ, 106. USD JPY, almost 149. Yuan's back above 730. What the fuck happened? Oh, okay. So the 10, 20, and 30 year are all up like 200 to 250 BPS. We've rejected 43.20 twice now. Yeah, I know. I was trying to trade on my phone, sort of. I managed to get out of the call side of my straddle, but it wasn't going great. So hopefully I can fix that now. I've still got some brokerages to open, so just try to bear with me here. What the fuck? HE getting shorted again? Oh, gross. Yeah, still not back to the low from earlier in September. Yeah, it just looks. It still just looks like shorts are trying to cover without spiking the price. God damn it. Okay, let that open. Cool. Have you heard Amazon is now AI? They had to pay a company to use their hardware. I feel like I've heard this story before. Can you look at FTX when you can make some good money on PTs last week with this morning pump? I'm back at 267.50 PT. Let's go. Fuck their earnings. That's a lot. Ooh, hold on. Third test here. Just flattening out. Okay, so put interest is picking up a little bit. MQ's pumping. So what do you want? You want FedEx? Some good money on puts last week. FedEx looks like it's kicking ass. Probably because they're not paying their employees as much as UPS. Yeah, I mean, a test of 170 seems possible here if indexes bounce. Trail amount. Any interest towards 4280 for today? I mean, there's put interest there. Like, a decent, well, 4285, 75, but most of the price action seems like it's going to be concentrated to the upside of 4300 for now. Sexy chart. There's definitely a lot of draw back to 4300 though. 300 delta. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, that looks kind of bearish. Or bullish? Is that bullish? Maybe that's bullish. Tricky. $15-minute. Okay, so I think there's a chance that if we break 4320, there's a chance this pumps up to 4340. Otherwise, we'll probably just fail back to 4300. It's a little hard to tell right now because like we're so close to the 4320 calls if they're gonna fail or not. Because one $4 pump and they're at the money, right? But if they do fail, like if we fall back below 4315, 4310 here, it looks pretty good for the downside. I wonder if that'll pick up some momentum. It's starting to a little bit. ES looks very weak still. Not a ton of volume on the upside moves, but a little bit. Like they're definitely fighting back against a breakdown of 4300. Okay, USD JPY. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on chat now. USD JPY 149. Yep. Why does Dixie / yields being so high induce panics and tightens credit spreads? Makes it harder for banks to lend money. Also, increased dollar value reduces forward profit projections for multinationals. Best beats here, NQ100 stock to buy puts on before the inevitable earnings contraction. Meta, Netflix, or Tesla. Meta's gotten hit the least. Netflix and Tesla are more exposed to the breakdown of the dispersion, like the dispersion trade. So as correlation picks up, they'll see a bigger hit. But Meta might see that hit kind of happen all at once. So I think out of the Mag 7, Meta's had the smallest drawdown. Can we fall below 4,300, or is there too much resistance? We could. I don't think we'd stay below it for very long. At least not currently. Now, they might de-risk short puts at 4,300, which could drive us lower faster. Yeah, consolidation is still bad for the bulls. I know the CTA estimates on like a flat tape are still like negative 18 billion. So if we just trade sideways, there's going to be net selling. Wow, it's been fun. It feels like you're Darth Vader and I'm Luke. You used to be an autist, but you've turned full bear. Come back, father. What? Why would I not be bearish right now? It's generally safe to sell GME a couple weeks out at Gamma Max. Yeah, I haven't gotten a sign doing that. Sometimes you have to roll though, like if it runs up to Gamma Max. You think they're gonna get their 350? Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look super promising. I tried to buy open stop losses and leverage up winners instead of losers. I made about 900, but churned through 8K settle cash, doing so in about 30 minutes. Needs refinement, but promising. Well, as long as you're not losing money, right? Fucking, you could probably work on your profitability, but work on the risk management first. Your SPX chart is frozen? Is it? No. No, it's working. This is not a lot of volume. When Tesla crash? Tesla's already at resistance this morning at two nope, that's the wrong one. 240? What the fuck did I just do? Okay, I don't want that. There we go. 241. It looks like it bounced from 238. Yeah, I mean this still looks weak. It looks like it's headed back to trend. Speaking of which, wanted to get a position on this in this account. Set 29. 10. Puts. 40. 250, 38. 15 wide. Two 50. That's close enough, right? Let's see if we lose 43.10 here. All right. Okay, yeah, this looks like SPX is gonna head down some more. Maybe I should play the long side here. There's more range on it. Okay, I'll just wait. So they're shorting HE, or is it just going down with the market? I mean, they're shorting it a little bit, but not very much. I would say that mostly it's going down with the market. What's more important is that active fund selling is providing liquidity. So they're just trying to get out of their shorts. There's a congressional hearing coming up this week that'll probably have a very big impact on it, especially if that congressional hearing were to exonerate HE to some degree. So even in the falling market, the pump charts still have a lot of control. I mean, they're losing it. I think if we start falling below like 4,300, it gets really bad for them, right? And then all of the bears are going to want to get it under the JPM collar at that point. What is GM on GME today? Oh, I don't. It doesn't matter. It's not running. Everyone's getting way too excited because it's up like 30 cents. 2167. Okay, future's gonna fail here. Too early. And I can hedge with short dated calls. Okay, so if this looks like it's gonna reverse, I'll just pick up a call. Carry trade's so hot right now. USD JPY is a majestic beast. Can't stop, won't stop. Unison. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting very close to 149. And dollar's going crazy. Ooh, I should buy some 5-year today. US 2 years at 411. 511. 511. Do you think we're gonna fail 4,300 here? I mean, I'd really like that. VIX 20, that'd also be cool. I want my song. What are you? Okay. Welcome back, Ben. Thank you so much, dude. I assume you became a zillionaire? I have no fucking clue. My 420p turned into a pretty good contract. If we fail 4,300, it turns into quite a good contract. No shit. Was VIX and VX1 in backwardation this morning? Ooh. No. I don't think so. Was it? That'd be huge. Hold on. I'll double check. It would appear that no. Hold on. Okay. Hmm. For like a second there, I think it might have been. Around like 10:30. I don't know if this is just misscaling it. Bounced here. No continuation. So this is probably going to keep moving down. Um, pretty strong, pretty strong put wall at 43.10 and 15 here. Not a lot of call interest. Call interest at 43.05 or put interest at 43.05 picked up a little bit. Call and put interest both picking up a little bit on this bounce. 4,300 still skewing everything. To maintain the highest level of security standards, ActiveTrader Pro will no longer be accessible on computers running Windows 7, 8, and 8.1. Ah, yeah. Good thing that they're catching up. You wouldn't want them to fall too far behind current technology. It would expose their system to weaknesses. DM, I was just thinking, I think it was just because of delayed VIX futures data was before market open. It looks like at 10:30 there was a slight. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm what I'm seeing, but I don't have delayed data on that. Like I'm seeing it happen a couple times here. Hold on. Specifically right here. This is the blue line is VX1. It could have just been the VX1 didn't trade a contract during this period though. Also correlations picking up a little bit. Hmm. This is a descending wedge. Should I go long with 15 here? Or are they just gonna fucking fail again? GME tips still look like dog shit. Let me be very clear. GME's 33-cent gain today is not relevant. Yeah, GM on GME is 21.67, Gen. Shouldn't descending wedges break up most of the time? They do, but they also have a really high tendency to fail after breaking up. I guess the answer is yes. I should have gone long the 43.15. Big pump. Yeah, big futures buy there. Is that going to get a continuation? Probably. So here's what I'll do. I'll buy. Oh, this call should be cheap. Nope, that's the wrong date. Hmm. All right, let's see how hard this test fails. Okay, it's not failing by 2. 25. Hmm. Okay. I've got to push more here, right? Otherwise, they don't get any other calls in the money. Casual 13 BPS and checks 5 seconds, 20 seconds. Work, I did it. I used stops. Congratulations, man. I would like to call shenanigans on this market. Okay. Noted. I'll tell the exchange. Yeah, I know there's a big Vic short. How low do you think can get the that can get HE? How low can HE go? I don't fucking know. There's resistance at like just under 12. It's been pretty resilient to market downside. I'd, I'd probably be happy with its performance so far. If bulls secure 43.25, do they get momentum? Or will it be a slugfest all day? They don't get a lot of momentum, but they might get like a short pump to, yeah. I, I want to say like 30, maybe 40. I think that's their goal. They could fail before that. Hmm. Are calls going to take profits or do they belong to the pumpers? Well, they didn't take any profits on the first drop there, so it seems pretty telegraphed. I don't think it's very hard to hedge. Apple's getting the ever living shit pumped out of it today, so they're definitely trying. Yeah, it seems that way. Is there any chance TUP will print? It looks like there's only more liquidity on the horizon with impending drops. Yeah, I don't think TUP's really gonna move much unless Russell does, and Russell's kind of getting the shit kicked out of it right now. It has not had a good like couple weeks. Liquidity is very slim on top, which it may run during like the ETF FTD period. I might pick up some more calls on it then. They're always like 5 or 10 cents, so it's not really like a huge risk to. Ooh, would have been much happier with 43.20 here. Well, whatever. Still shorting VIX pretty hard. Long side delta's still picking up, but puts are also coming in almost equal proportion. Probably sold. I just don't know how they have any margin left, and yeah, and Dixie yields rocketing. It's probably getting difficult. Also, Basel III restrictions by the end of this month. About Basel II. So it puts the shares in the basket. Mm. All right, there's more VIX shorting. Let's fucking go. Will the Bears fight harder today? Eh, I don't know. They fought pretty hard. There's a shitload of short call or short put interest at 4,300. I'm sure that defending it's not gonna be. not going to be something the put sellers take lightly. 4350 have positioning or too early for that kind of nonsense. Not a lot of positioning at 4350 yet. Most of this pump looks dead at like 4330 or 40, maybe 40. We'll see how much harder they keep shorting VIX. They're shorting the 4300 strike, so they're getting a lot of leverage. But as we drive higher, that leverage diminishes. They're gonna up de-risk then down. That's very possible. Yeah, we could see continued de-risking. Crack, they're taking my money. You could have just hedged. I feel like there was ample warning. You said stops on long dated SPX puts. How often do you move them? Sometimes. Um, Depends on how long dated they are. Why do the bulls struggle so hard to get it up some days and others it's no problem? It really depends on how positioning is. Like right now, like pushing into this downside here, the bearish positioning's kind of weak, right? There's a lot of profits taken on Friday, and so the positioning going into this morning was like kind of lopsided anyway. So it was a little bit advantageous for bears, or for bulls rather, to try to push up on this. Hold on one second. I gotta try to find something. Oh, you fucking kidding me? Are they gonna fail already? That seems too soon. More pump. I can take profits. I'd like to take profits. Stop. Let's do that. They should try to short VIX like one more time here, right? Maybe I should go a little lower. Maybe not. Hmm. Is 35 the harder? 35 seems like the harder strike to cross. Weaker strike. One more big push. If you're bored and have a second, I'm not. Dad's old company, AYX. I already confirmed my TA of upwards consolidation, low volume triple top, $30 gap fill to the downside possible. AYX. You gotta give me a second because I'm watching like 50 fucking things right now and I'm trying to hedge. $30 gap fill? It's only a $36 company. What do you think they're gonna go out of business? Does this start a bear rally or not? Not at these levels. I'm not particularly worried about it. That's good enough. I, package software services. Margins are falling off a cliff. Servization table. And right now it looks like they're starting to recover. Their profits aren't bad. Margins kind of got slammed a bit. Cash flows are underwater, which isn't unusual for packaged software. They take on a shitload of debt or something. They've been racking up debt. That's not good. I mean, I like the technicals don't look bad for price to stabilize around this range, but maybe like with a low of 25-ish. But if they keep running the business like that, it doesn't look promising. This is not a good environment to be picking up a lot of debt in. Technology companies tend to be kind of exposed to that risk. Where did you sell on the upstart run roughly? I sold through like most of the run at various times. I think I was out of pretty much everything by like the time it tested 40. Well, I'd sold in the money covered calls by the time it tested 40. So I didn't really make any money from the upside from like 40 to 72. I sold about half of my position after the initial earnings that kicked off the big run, like in after hours. Um, and then I incrementally sold in the money cover calls on the way up. I did short the top of it though. So that was pretty good. I think that more than made up for the profits that I missed out on by shedding shares too early. Yeah, it looks like they're failing at 43.30. So that seems to be the extent of the pump. There might be a little bit more chop here, but yeah, that looks like they kind of, well, first of all, it looks like somebody sold a bunch of calls at 43.40, and then not looking so good for them on a downside move here. Delta's falling off. So I think this fails now. Back to 20, and then it can slide from there. What strike did they just de-risk Vega on? I'm not sure that they have. I don't think they, I mean, they might de-risk like some 43.25, but it's kind of hard to tell if they've done that yet or not. 43.50 looks a little more reduced. Maybe a little bit at 25. Guess who has two thumbs and entered Tesla puts at the bottom? This guy? No, I didn't enter any puts at the bottom, but I picked up some debit spreads. Well, I guess those are half sold puts. Kind of neutral right now in SGX. It's not bullish until a break above 43.50. Yeah. Even at 43.50, it's not really bullish. It's just they're able to de-risk more at that price. Like there's really no call interest on the options chain to the upside. Consolidation does not favor bulls at all at these prices. What manner of violence will Euro markets close have on SPX today? Here we go. We'll find out. So as I understand, so many tech startups are just living from one loan to the next, hoping to be bought out before bankruptcy. And the people who buy them do not want the debt exposure. Yeah, pretty much. Back to the saddle, Dork. Reptar. If I knew how to like program AI to make my eyes blink sideways on stream, I would totally do that. Well, I got a little bit of a hedge there, Dork. It paid for my debit spread. It wasn't the best hedge. I definitely should have bought it sooner. I don't know why I waited. I just want to be on the front page of our reptilians, you know? That's now my life goal. You think they're able to stabilize it here, or we just lose 20? I think they fucked up. Yeah, momentum's already shifting back. They are buying the 20, which is cute. One more try for 43.30? I don't know, maybe. I think there's a pretty decent chance that they just lose the money that they're spending on in the money calls right now. Like, I think they get fucked here in a few minutes. God, my lines are so good. Feels like cheating. Is he a pickle? Is he a centaur? Is he a gecko? All we know is he's our dad and we love him. Thanks, Daniel. They crushed VIX a bit. I don't know. VIX can uncrush. I mean, VIX will spike back up if we go below their Vega risk at 25 again. And then even more so at 15. And then a lot at 4,300. So I don't think they've crushed VIX sufficiently. Hearing this morning was a zero DTE calls trail run by some hedge funds before their proper short buybacks at some later date. It sounds like Twitter. Food for thought, booking holding gets pump when other tech stocks get pump, and there is October 2300 call that's right at break even in a sea of ones and zeros on other contracts. What? Did I not sleep? What the fuck are people saying to me right now? What the fuck is an October 2300? I canceled all my stops because fuck the pumpers. Nice. Excellent risk management, Lawrence. I mean, I didn't stop anything. I just bought some calls. Why not? If they want to give me free money, I'm not gonna stop them. You stop that. Don't you print my calls. Stop having emotions and feelings towards random market participants. That said, I hope the Bulls get their balls crushed in a vice. Uh, Zero, Danarchy was very well behaved over the weekend. So is JFresh right that they pump Mag 7 to pump SPX, or they pump futures, which pulls up both SPX and Mag 7? They short SPX. They short puts on SPX, shorting VIX, and then they go long the underlying components, which drives volatility in the equity side of the S&P up while driving volatility and indexes down. Dispersion. I don't know if I could repeat that. That was smooth as fuck. Is Harney an emotion? Is that like horny what? Horny and what? Barmy? Horny and angry? Horngry? Horny and angry is just angry. You don't need to make up a new word. Is it how realized vol is so high while VIX gets crashed? Yeah. Open close variance is actually really low. Intraday realized vol is very high. Imagine pumping SPX to $30 and still not de-risking. Lol, idiots. I mean, they de-risk what they can. If they de-risk too much, they'll rocket the price right back down, which is like what happened at the end of day on Friday. I just call it baseline. I just wanted you to check out those calls are 7,900 a pop, 79,000 a pop, and there's 1,300 of them. The numbers you're writing right now don't make any sense. $1,300 OI is not like a lot of OI. What stock is this? Booking? It's 2,300 calls. Maybe they're just sold. Unusual options volumes, like one of the most useless fucking indicators in the world. But they could just be sold. Someone might just be like protecting downside and they'll buy them back if the delta doesn't slip. That's not like an uncommon strategy, especially for funds. I mean, it doesn't mean that 4330 isn't gonna fail. Back to 4,300 today? Maybe. Maybe towards the end of the day. They're doing a second attempt here at the 4,300 level or 4,330. Looks like call interest is slightly weaker than the first time. How quickly after USD JPY hits 150 will Japan take action? Like within hours or next day? I mean, they may not take action right away at all. They may not take action to 151 or 152. It's not like an immediate trigger. It's just that they're going to consider open market operations when yen's above 150. The only thing that keeps me up at night is who they are. They is used to refer to two or more people or things previously mentioned or easily identified. Suit. It can also be used to refer to a person of unspecified gender. Do you see SPX 4600 by the end of the year? No, not really. High SPY volume, last candle. Hmm. A little bit of an increase at 43.40. Longer dated calls 43.55. 11.27. My puts are wrecked. Did you not hedge? What puts did you buy that they're wrecked? Did you just full port YOLO into puts at the bottom this morning? Do you think tomorrow's economic data could drop SPX below 43.10? Do we really have anything that important coming out tomorrow? It's just like housing shit. Like new home sales. Fucking no one gives a fuck about that. I'm guessing 4,300. SPY October 20th. Expiration 127 KOI on the 40 on 440p and 150k on 430. Seems like a decent bit. It's quite a lot. I believe today's action is a result of BOA playing Live Like You Were Dying on over the speakers at headquarters this morning. Do we need data to go below 43.10? Like $20? Wait, what? What is a hatch? Hedge. Hedge, not hatch. I don't think we need data for this to fail. There's plenty of bearish interest. I prefer the term the powers that be, since depending on when and what you're talking about, there can always be a different TPTB. I don't like referring to market participants as the market because it it's not a fucking deity. Positioning is very obvious, provided that you're looking at the data. I think you can identify individual positioning among groups of participants, and describing it as they is more accurate than describing it as the market or describing it as some all-knowing or omniscient entity. Where's Powell speaking on Thursday? I have no idea. It's like after market close, though, I think. He's getting money from someone, I'm sure. Are they building any support here around 43.30? Building up 43.40. Well, they were buying in the money calls on the downside. 43.40 has some more interest. So just 45 and 50. It's still, put interest still significantly outweighs the incoming call interest until they get above prices above 43.40, and then we start to see some calls move into the money. Gamma's actually pretty flat from 43.40 to 50. 43.55, 60 is probably sold. And it was probably sold last week because those have been sitting there. His name is Composite Man. It's a stupid theory. You telling me it's been non-binary people manipulating the market all along? Fucking idiots. What are song lyrics? Base jumping is not worth the risk. Okay. Can you explain what a bull put ladder is that you reference in Pickles picks? What's the advantage and disadvantage? Well, the advantage of a bull put ladder is on a move to the upside, you either, well, depending on how you position it. If it's positioned for a net credit, then on a move to the upside, you simply make the net credit. And on a large move to the downside, you're profitable. So it's kind of an extension of a like a put spread that includes, well, another long put. So it's bullish or very bearish. That's, yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. Generally, it's good on something you expect to move, but you're not really sure which way it's going to move. It helps to have a lot of volatility. When do you recommend using credit spreads versus debit spreads? I mean, I don't think I have a recommendation for when to use one versus the other specifically. I generally use both all the time. Credit spreads are advantageous in that, you're saying that something is either going to remain flat or directionally move the opposite of your spread, right? And then a debit spread is more of an uncertain directional position. It can also be, a debit spread can also be a way to reduce the upfront cost of targeting a specific range. So if I think something's only going to drop $10, right? I can open a debit spread. I can capitalize on the entirety of that drop, but reduce my upfront cost as opposed to buying like just a long put, right? They also have they also reduce theta risk. So if you're uncertain of the time frame, do you see this pump continuing? I mean, they're trying. That doesn't mean they're going to be successful. They haven't been successful in clawing their way out of the massive hole they're in for several weeks now. So I don't know what the fuck you're looking at, Bob. Can you zoom in a bit on SPX? Yeah, I suppose. Well, unless we see another pump here, it looks like it's finally. Well, yeah, it looks like it's failing again. QQQ is failing too. And Tesla bounced hard as fuck on that. There goes VIX. Can you zoom out on SPX? GME MOASS. GME is up 38 fucking cents. This seems like a nice opportunity for some midterm puts. It could be. So if you take both sides with hedging, is it only via staggered sales times that both legs become profitable? Do you hedge the opposite leg or just carry it until it's break even? Wait, what? So if you take both sides with hedging, is it only via staggered sales times? Yes. There would never be an instance where one side of a straddle would print and the other side would be profitable. So if you treat it as individual positions, you can make more money on it than you could if you were to treat it as one position. Although as an individual position, it's safer, it's less profitable. What's wrong with TLT? So confusing. It should be nosediving. What's it doing? Yeah, it's down like 2%. How's that confusing? The fucking 20 years, the 20 years up 2.5%. That's the most sense anything can make. Bob, that's pretty self-explanatory, don't you think? Like 1 month index vol is down, 3 month index vol is up. Why are you looking at things you don't understand how they work? I'm zoomed in on SPX more than enough. Everyone stop complaining about the level of zoom on the index. You don't understand. This is the GME MOASS. Sure it is. Are there any GME ETF FTDs we need to be aware of? October like 19th and 20th, I think. If you're to buy each leg and manage it individually, do timing entries really matter? I mean, yeah, because you want to buy them out of the money. On larger moves, you have to close the losing leg. That's the point. If it makes a large overnight move, you're actually less profitable than you are if it's has just a lot of intraday realized vol. So say the market ranges like 100 BPS in a day, but ends up closing flat, right? You can, and your straddles across the baseline. You can close your calls here and your puts here, right? And both of them are, let's say 50 BPS in the money, which is pretty profitable. But if the market takes like a large directional move overnight, you have to close the put. but your call pays for it, and then whatever is the remainder is your net profit, right? Whereas if you were just swing trading, right, and you only had a put open there, you would lose money. No, it's not Will Smith. If we didn't look at what we didn't understand, you would have like 50 viewers, maybe. Fair enough. I just don't see how that's helping his intraday analysis. He's watching a thing that doesn't make sense to him. Right? Like, doesn't that kind of counterintuitive? Can you zoom out on GME so I can see how flat it is? I could do this so people stop thinking something important's happened. Leaps on DocuSign? I'm not. You can if you want to. I have $40 covered calls on it right now. I kind of hope it keeps dumping. Greg has about had it with neediness coming from both the pickle jar and the hallway. You have no idea. Pumping just to break downside momentum, protect 4,300, or to try and de-risk 4,300? We'll find out. I mean, I think if the pump fails, then de-risking of like 43.25 and 4,300's on the table, right? I watch Japanese Wipeout all the time. Should I drop it because I don't understand? I don't really know if you need a lot of context to watch that show. I don't know what it is. It sounds action based. Will you put a second U somewhere on the stream? I can never seem to get enough immense rugged handsomeness. Huh. I suppose I could. There could be two of me. Or even three. It's really not that hard to duplicate myself. That's what I'm talking about. Wrist cam, all three of them. Ridiculous. Did you just make a replicating Pifolio? Friday turned out fun. Took profit on all my 10, 6, 43.50 Ps. My hedge for that got blown out this AM. As this breaks down into PM, what level PM? What level would you target to pick up a new hedge? 4,300? I mean, there's a possibility that you've gotten out of your hedge too soon still, but can you duplicate my port the same way? No. This is what we're up against trading wise, boys. And I guess in the dating world, What a concept. Now make them say different things. One bear, one neutral, one bull. I'm not some toy for you to play with, Yaga. Thank you so much. My dreams have come true. You're welcome, Baradactyl. FTX puts? I feel like somebody asked me about that earlier. It looks like it could still move higher, like 270. Did you ever get a chance to update your value port in the Discord this weekend? Fuck, no. But I could do it today. Probably. Any thoughts on MSOS with cannabis vote on Wednesday? In the House? I don't know. Ew. They have a cannabis ETF now? All of those companies are going to go out of business if they legalize weed. They all suck. None of them are worth shit. Big Tobacco will come in with their giant fucking stacks of cash and destroy them all or buy them out. I guess the best solution would be a buyout. But then you have to make sure that they have a product that's worth buying. Even like the big weed companies are a fucking joke. They're all mismanaged. Canopy, Horizon, fucking what's the Canadian one? Tilray. Yeah, they're all dog shit. Cause Stoner is partially, yeah. Stoners was startup capital, but still stoners. Bullish on Monsanto. Bayer? Yeah. British American Tobacco and Altria are going to be out there creating new strains of weed that they can grow in fields in Illinois and Idaho and harvest tens of thousands of acres at a time. Marijuana. What does your orb say about this breaking down in 15 minutes? 15 minutes might be a little soon. Maybe not. The fact that it hasn't pushed higher at this point isn't particularly bullish. And if this is all the oversold rally amounts to, that's not very promising. Thank you, Pigeon Teeth. I have a friend who works at a fairly large craft brewer, and they were purchased by Tilray last year. I think it sounds like they keep acquiring more U.S. brewers. What a lovely portfolio of microbreweries. Fantastic. At least they're trying to diversify away from the things that don't make them money, which is weed. Now I want to sell 43.25s against my upside hedge that isn't really printing. That feels too greedy though. Uh, Probably. I don't know where your upside hedge is. They can't compete because they can't use banks. Yeah. And then by the time they can use banks, they'll get obliterated by people with more money. Ascending Head and Shoulders for SPX? It's possible. They're so close to getting the pump. Like we're just right on the cusp of getting desired pumpies. There's definitely no shortage of call buying. Another big Vic short. Is it bullish that the only green thing on my watch list are TNX, VIX, and tech companies with more than a $200 billion market cap? Sure. It's too greedy and an overreaction to a mediocre entry on the hedge. I just need to be patient and ride it out. Probably. Hmm. I'm kind of losing the battle for the VIX there. So we were trading at 43.20 when VIX was this high last, or this low. Hmm. Is it too much to win a negative 5% day? It's a lot. If it fails below 43.35, it seems bearish as fuck. I kind of agree with that. Well, if it fails below 43.40, it's pretty bearish. It hasn't failed yet, though. They keep buying calls on the downside. I wonder how much exposure the MMs have from Friday's, like, end of day pump. There's got to be some. Oversold rally. The market's been overbought since April. True. Hey Trina, how you doing? Hanging in there? Good to see you. 3 downside gaps, and that only matters if we move down, though, right? Ooh. Dixie up, market up. We stocking now, boys. Dixie's back below 106. We need to let it slide and regroup. No, 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 no. Sliding would be bad. Government shutdown is bullish, right? Because then it removes a black swan event like a government shutdown. The government's probably not going to shut down, right? It's just going to come very close to it. And then at the last minute, they'll make a deal. Even if like the government shuts down, it's not really that bearish. If it extends for a long period of time, like 30 days or whatever, every 30 days, I think it's supposed to be like a 0.2 or 3% hit to GDP. Get to the beginning of the Tesla position or wait till over 250. You could wait. It's breaking the upside resistance. I picked up a little bit this morning. But I might pick up more at 250. Thankfully, I was locked out of the market for most of the beginning of the day. So Google and Amazon look good. We're going up. Okay. If the bull market is back, Linux was right. All hail Kenny. What? Apple quadruple bottom on the daily bullish? It has a double bottom. It has a double bottom and then it failed. I'm not really sure that looks super bullish. My wife's a federal employee and we're preparing for an actual shutdown. Okay. There are enough obstructionists in the house that a shutdown is very likely. Yeah, I mean, until their paychecks come due, and then they'll want to get things up and running again. So what now? Can they get 4340? These seem like it can collapse at any second. It could. We'll just have to wait and see. There's definitely plenty of interest at 40. I'm just saying random stuff. All right. Am I gonna have to deal with like the whole like, oh, I'm bullish because I'm afraid of being bearish thing all day? Yeah, okay. Ooh. I don't think anyone gives a shit about the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. Just FYI, dork. But yeah, that is a pretty big miss. Time for downs. No, still not yet. Wait it out. Patience. It's getting a little more bearish. You know, back here I said they're going to pump this. And I was like, probably 43.30, but they'd really like to get 43.35 or 40. Here we are at 43.35. And people are like, what the fuck is happening? Now, I bought, not only did I buy puts at the bottom, but I bought calls late on the breakout. And I still doubled my fucking money. I didn't guarantee a market crash today in last night's Pickles picks. The only mention of a crash was a specific technical indicator that implies that you will see a continuation of downside over the next several months. I didn't promise anything. I said, and I quote, for the illiterate here, I'll do a almost everything from the technical signals to the net negative CTA tape supports a continuation here. However, I'm still suspicious of short-dated call buying into the end of day, and I do not like the defense above 43.35. With bear leverage a bit lopsided, I see an opportunity for bulls, at least tomorrow, to dig themselves out of their hole a bit. I may be a bit too cautious, and end of day call buying may simply be to support the current level and allow continued de-risking tomorrow. But put sellers have aggressively defended their positioning in the past, and I don't think they've given up just yet. This doesn't mean that they'll be successful or they're going to reverse any significant portion of our current downside. It does mean that zero DTEs at open should be taken with caution, and hedges or longer dated puts should be considered approaching bullish signal and confirm levels. Bulls still need to move the market quite a bit to meaningfully reduce their risk, so hedges do not need to be very capital intensive. What fucking part of that says market crash tomorrow? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Ban everyone? I think about it sometimes. Just be me and Jay Fresh and Dork just watching the market together, making money. What's up, Jay Fresh? Well, the making money part is highly subjective. Well, you know. I mean, for Jay Fresh, all we really have to do is just keep him from buying short dated puts or selling spreads, right? I was promised a pulled pork sandwich. I'll pull your pork if you want. Threaten me with a good time, Jay Fresh. I have Lucky Charms. Would you do it between slices of bread? I mean, you can finish wherever you want. Wait, are you actually talking about a sandwich? Who are you reading? Me. I was reading what I wrote last night. Ten out of 10 audiobook. Happy 2 year. Have a great market crash, everyone. Thanks, Taco Squire. Jay Fresh would make a good moderator. Hey, I described the exact range it would go up to, though, Jay Fresh. But yes, very much. Do you think this guy seems like he could handle abuse well? I will make him a mod? Actually, no. Most of the people I've made moderators, I was like, I think this person will just ban people without even thinking twice. Big fard incoming. Prepare your anus. It's already ready. No one banned Kendro. Kendro banned himself because he got timed out in YouTube chat. It sounds like my typical response to patient emails. Ban. Interesting. Do patients email their doctors? I'm really glad I didn't become a doctor. Do you ever think, how dare you? I email my doctor memes and he emails me back restraining orders. I'm sure they always think, how dare you? That's what I would think. I don't know. We'll see if they decide to try to pump it again. They've already done it 3 times. Exactly, Spider. Because it's almost always, can you schedule me an appointment? Which is the real reason I became a surgeon, to be a scheduler. You have the steady hands of a receptionist, Dave. Rule of 16, down below 4,300 today. Though he could definitely fall back into the straddle. Or the saddle. Saddle? Straddle? What are we going to call that? Saddle? It's too confusing. There's too many strangles and straddles and saddles. This channel is slowly becoming less about stock trading. So back to 43.20, and then we see where we go from there, I guess. If we fail, it still seems like a big if. Ooh, 43.15 put interest is increasing. I like that. I told my doctor my stomach and chest hurt, so I lured him to the nearest stairwell and did my thing. Now I'm talking to a different doctor who prescribes shiny coated things. Okay. And do you gobble those up? Dave, what if their prostate's really small and you accidentally biopsy the whole thing? Wait, stock trading? I thought this was about centaurs and eggplant parm. Yeah, pretty much. Centaurs don't have saddles. You can't ride a centaur. There'd be nowhere to attach the reins. Challenge accepted. Thanks, Girk, for calling out that $15 downside move ahead of time. I made so much money. Yeah, no problem, guy. I'm not your guy, pal. I'm not your buddy, guy. I made money. At least one of you is listening. If you can ball gag a human, you can steer a centaur. That's fun. PPT went on a smoke break. I legit bought 4320 DT when you said that, which was the bottom. Thanks, man. Nice. Pickle Jar shadowed your debit spread, and they're still red, but it's for Friday, and I paid for it already with the calls that I bought when it bounced. Can we get back to 4,300? Yeah, potentially. Girk, I just wanted to say thank you for calling out that $15 downside move. I'm back to break even on my 0 DTE 4250 Ps, and I have re-canceled my stops. I love you. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do furries go for centaurs, or does the human part put them off? I don't know. Ask Bob. I didn't say the fucking market was gonna crash. The stock market's being mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, Popcorn. You gotta stand up for yourself. Okay, you know I'm never gonna use that, right? Pigeon teeth. Would a furry centaur just dress up as a human? Or is that not how it works? I have no idea, Farmville. You didn't have to use it. It's just a screenshot from last night's presser. Okay. Have calls capitulated? A bit. Not a lot, though. There's still quite a lot of calls at 20 and 25. They're significantly outweighed by the puts at those strikes. But I could see them really not wanting to lose the 43-20. It gets pretty bad from that point down. Well, for the long side. Can you give me 65K? Thanks. I'm tired of running out of settled cash in 2 trades. That's cute. Tup is a penny? Is up a penny. MOASS? You know you can buy another position for the next day. Well, I guess you don't want to take overnight risk. But if you're right, then you have even more cash the following day, right? Dork's portfolio, forever cursed to have the risk management of a mutual fund. Yeah, trading the intraday. Just never be wrong with your first 2 trades. It's simple. Yeah. Or if you are wrong, I was wrong this morning, but then you just buy the other thing and then boom, money. Simple, just have infinite cash. That helps. Yeah. You know how the rest of us have the risk management of 5-year-olds? I feel like Dork's risk management is because of the rest of you guys having the risk management of 5-year-olds. He's seen everybody lose so much, he's like, I'm not gonna do that. I was promised a black swan and all. That was a silly goose. I got my first Tesla put ever today. Am I part of a club or something now? No. If you've only ever been long Tesla, you might have left a club. Decent time to buy long dated November SPX puts. It's not that great. I feel like earlier would have been better, but then you were afraid it was going to keep going up. Sometimes that happens. That's why you hedge. Or set stops. I don't know. I mean, VIX is still relatively low. My biggest concern with excess put buying this week is that there's not a lot of data. There's not a lot of things besides positioning to really move the markets. Oh yeah, I didn't say it would be easy for them to get 4,400. I just said that's the best case for like underwater put positions. That is what they would want more than anything. That doesn't mean they're capable of it, but they'd really like that to happen. Schwab gives margin accounts 4x settled cash as available to day trade. So I can full port 4 times a day. It's pretty nifty. Yeah, Schwab's actually pretty degenerate with margin. TOS used to be. I don't know if they still are. IBKR and Fidelity are actually a little more restrictive. Fidelity's super restrictive. With no data, does that give the Bulls more room to pump before bad data? I mean, yeah, but they're still positionally disadvantaged. Tasty trades. Well, I don't know. I haven't used my account over there in a long time, but it used to be ridiculous. It used to be like eight to one on cash, and then they would give you um I don't know. The last time I used that account was back in like 2021, I think, or it might have been like early 2022. But yeah, they used to give pretty ridiculous margin amounts. I think everyone's trimmed that down a bit. Where'd my comment go? I don't know. It probably had something in it that YouTube didn't like and they blocked it. How's OI looking? 43.15, still growing. It's not really growing, but it's already got a lot of position there. 43.20 actually picked up more puts. Delta's starting to fall off again a bit. Hmm. Put and call interest is pretty even. Oh, that's interesting. There's the at the money puts close in dork. I like that. At the money sold puts, I assume. Hmm. Oh, the 43.20? They could be, although I feel like increasing risk there right now would be ill advised. That's probably pretty unlikely. Hard to tell because it's so close to the money. Um, some may be sold. You think of anything right now, they'd be trying to pull back any like short puts that were sold earlier today. Is Yellen's juicy throat hold the best form of pregnancy protection for my teenager? What? The 25. But the 20 is going up. So they may be sold. Is this bullish or bearish consolidation? Probably neither. We're kind of range bound here between 43.40 and 43.20. This is a Head and Shoulders. Well, if this fails, that's probably pretty bearish. We'll see how high it goes. But it does look very distributive. So sold calls being opened out of the money. I've explained this part before, right? Like when you get distribution across a range like this, generally when it starts to fail, you get like one last bounce kind of at the end. It usually doesn't match the prior high, but you get like a sharp bounce at the end before it completely fails. And this is kind of where everyone repositions. Yeah. They're risky to play, but they can be very profitable if you're right. Where's the knees and toes? Back at the beginning of the day. If I buy a 4330p, will you see the put positioning is picking up? I doubt that your one contract would have very much effect. It's still just a big fat put wall at 35. Hmm. It looks like a lot of the positioning's on SPX directly. But I mean, futures plays a role in that regardless. If we get a higher high here, we have a megaphone. Let's put another put, so we're headed for an intraday high. Thanks, Lawrence. What's up, Surfa? Increased volatility, guitar stuff. The highest concentration of bullish positionings at 4340. Turns out a few minutes ago was not a great time to buy that far-dated November put. Did you buy it like at the money? Otherwise, it should be kind of inconsequential, right? Thanks, Richie. It was alright. I had an okay weekend. Sorry, I had to leave for 20 minutes and didn't get to move my stop up. Which way does it look like we're headed? I think ultimately this is all breaking down, but they're still pumping, so if this fails before the prior high, it's pretty bearish. Actually, if this fails significantly at any level, I think it's pretty bearish. At first I was mad I got stopped out at 10% gain on my 4300p. Now I'm not that mad. Yeah, it doesn't sound that bad actually. But you'll be able to be angry again later, right? I'm thinking futures either fails here or tests the midline and fails. Remember, this is like bear. Although a failure under this would be even more bearish, right? If we don't get the test. Hmm. How do you feel about December 3800s? Eh, could be good. Very good if IV goes up. What percent of market volume do you think is pumpers? I don't know. A lot? All of the strategies are like derivative based, so they're leveraged. So let's reject ES 4375. Well, a rejection before 4375 would also be. I guess we already crossed it a little bit, right? 4375 hasn't been a very important level previously. I think it was support once. Back here. Oh no, that's 4374. Peener. Exactly, turd. Alright, I don't care how low we... If we reject, I don't care how low we drop as long as it's lower than the previous low. Because then if they try to bounce it again, they're gonna fail. Huh. The volume's there on the bull side too. The sell-offs aren't very crazy. The only like volumetric sell-off we had was when we tested like when we got close to 43.20, like right here, right before it bounced. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Did JFresh request that? Be honest with me, Pigeon Teeth. I knew he had a ranch. No. Request for your YouTube graphic that has a Batman signal light, but with a bear or bull insignia instead of the bat. As we approach those lines, you put it on the screen. I don't think so. Thanks, Taco Squire. 43.35 is a decent entry for October SVX puts and PP. Or wait and see if there is no positions and Pickles picks. Or like, well, no forward positions for SPX. It's more of a red peener, green peener sort of channel. It hasn't failed yet, but it looks like it might. There wasn't a lot of volume on the upside move. I'd say it's probably too soon to tell. Ooh, 43.35 and 44.40 puts are going up. Nice. Okay, maybe bears are getting a little more aggressive. I like that. 25 bumped up, 20 moved up. It'd be pretty cool if it failed hard. I'd like that. Yeah. I have to agree. About a risky 43.35. I'm doing my part. Nice, man. Oh, god damn it. Stupid fucking 2FA. 2FA is the most inconvenient security protocol ever. Uh, annoying. Son of a bitch. God, Fidelity sucks. Super effective. Yeah, but still, it's a pain in the dick. Dave's right. He would know. It saved countless old people from having their bank accounts emptied, though. Probably. 2FA made you miss your put entry? No, I still got the put. Why? Why did you send that to me, Dork? I'm not using Active Trader. I'm just using the browser, the browser-based trading. It's okay. My put's up 10% already. Have they de-risked stuff? 25 a little bit. 15 and 4,300 has increased, so they've sold more puts at 4,300. 4,300 is do or die for them. I mean, it's super important, right? The JPM puts aren't that far away. And sub 4,300 VIX up, the hedge on those is going to increase. Like VIX starts moving to 18, 20, that becomes a problem. Especially given how close they are to the money now. They expire Friday, so the decay is substantial, but my question here is this going to turn around for the entire rest of the day? How do you check day trades on fucking Fidelity? How many day trades do I have? Did they tell you? I'm not using ATP. That's cheating. My put's now up 45%. Woo! Let's fucking go. Oh, that's just beautiful. I don't know what the original meme is there. We've deepfaked so many memes that we're getting into like obscure ones that I don't know. Oh, 58%. This is fantastic. Balances, restrictions. It says non-pattern, day trade counter 2. Does that mean I've done 2 day trades or I have 2 day trades? What the fuck is a day trade call? Day trade call is what I got from Fidelity when they wanted me to deposit 264,000. Hmm. It's like a GFV? Ah, okay. How do you get rid of it? Do you sell the long side and leave the short open? I haven't done that. What the fuck? Give me a day trade call for cash settling a put on Friday? Would I have to deposit money or something? How much money did they want? I'll give them the fucking money. I don't care. I don't want to talk to them. Fidelity, perfectly fine broker. Change my mind. I mean, yeah, they're okay. They're a bit restrictive for trading. And their UI is atrocious. But if you're just gonna like own shit, nothing wrong with them. You told me to call them and it worked. I got what I when I incorrectly legged out of a position. Huh. They make mistakes on calculating PDT sometimes. Phone them and they can sort it. It's like not even worth it. We'll just give them however much money they want. They want $700. I'll just give them their $700. I haven't opened any spreads on this account. Everything I've traded in it's been directional. Fidelity trying to get you to pay more than MSRP. I don't know. They gave me a day trade call for a cash settled SPX trade. I'm assuming because I didn't have enough margin at the time to cover the cost of the put entry. Financially ruined. Fidelity does have good fills. Yeah, they actually have, for execution, they're amazing. Right up there with IBKR. Tell them about your portfolio margin. That should help. I mean, that's in a different account. And that's only if I buy protective puts on GME. Actually, I don't think that account has margin. No. I don't have it turned on for that account. I actually got better stop fills on Fidelity than I have on IBKR so far. That's because of their adjustment. I want the fills from IBKR Fidelity with the interface of WeBull and TT. Is that too much to ask? Yes. The low was not lower. No, it was the same, which is maybe problematic. I don't think so. I think we'll probably just consolidate here and then push through the resistance. Although I'd maybe worry about it bouncing too hard. All right, so out of the money call positioning is starting to collapse. 40, 35, and 30 have all dropped. There's still a decent number of calls at 25 and 20. It's significantly less than the puts at those strikes, but ooh. I think there was a little bit of profit taking on the 3330 put on the drop there. Should I set a stop on that? That's right. Be mad. Oh, how could you do this to me, Durek? You put my face on that murderer? Say it with me. Distributive Distributive price action? Yeah, it is. So now we can just go to 4,300, right? And everything's okay. Hashtag Dave Grohl's innocent. TOS is pretty good for all of the above once you learn it. Yeah, a lot of people like TOS. This is our new chop range, 4305 through 4335 through end of week until the collar rolls for ouchie downs into end of month. That's possible. Yeah. I'm not going to say that's impossible. That's that could definitely be a thing. Isn't this like a cubic zirconia peak or something? You mean a diamond top? Could be. It's not a great one. Yeah, no, not really. On the longer term time frame, it kind of is. What's Dave Grohl guilty of? What? I don't know. He's not guilty of anything, allegedly. Not this conspiracy theory again. Oh, look who's fucking talking. It's a valid conspiracy. There's motive. It was probably just Courtney Cox, but why not Dave Grohl too? Courtney Love. That's right. Whatever her name is. The white trash one. Wrong Courtney. They're both crazy, kinda. Probably consulted with Patton Oswald first. Hmm. Please talk to your reptilian friends at BlackRock and tell them we need the market to crash now. Thanks. Tanya Harding. In and out of meetings all day. This is the end of their pump, correct? It's starting to break down, yeah. There's no promised crashes. Everyone stop saying crash. You're making it not happen. My Cubs can't wait much longer. Did they die today? Have you contacted the Make-A-Wish Foundation? Just tell them that you have a bunch of baby bears and they're going to die in the next 24 hours. We can do that? I mean, you could try. John Cena's gonna come visit my portfolio. Is distributive just inverse rounded bottom breakout? You mean accumulation? Yeah. I don't think 43.15 is too big of an ask. No. I agree. It's really not. Getting under 4,300 today is a pretty tall order, but I don't think under 43.20 is that excessive. The problem is there's Vega risk at 43.25. So if we fail 43.25, VIX is gonna start going up again, right? Which then immediately puts 4,300 at greater risk. So there's a good reason to not let it fall below that. JFresh promised 4,500 end of day. I know. How much more upside can we see this week? Well, this isn't a very strong start. But as long as we're trading in this range, I mean, 4,350 and 4,400 are a target. My incorrectly entered puts disagree. I got this really cool toy from Burger King. It's like a tiny basketball hoop and a little basketball. And it goes on like your desk, and it's like beer pong, but very short range. Yes. Child. No, you. It is pretty neat. That's a paper fleshlight? That doesn't sound like it would be very durable. Is there a VIX for Russell? Yeah. I don't remember what it's called. You don't know me? I don't know where it actually came from. I think it's Burger King. It doesn't say on it. It just says Hasbro. RVX? Yeah, there you go. Woo! Let's go, Dork. PB. back to Vega risk. Can we vote to rename the Russell 2000 to the Todd 2000? No, but you could start your own index and call it the Todd 2000. Although Todd's really responsible for the VIX, so and that's already tied to an index. VIX is doing stuff. That's because Vega risk increases at like every strike on the way down to 4,300, starting at 25. This is getting quite volatile. Imagine just having to buy all of these shitty dips. Hmm. Yeah, ES looks like it's gonna fail that resistance here. It keeps finding support at 43.60, 275. Why is that so thick? There we go. This market's such a piece of shit. I know. I know, Dork. They, all of this on VIX is just attempts to keep Vega from going, like Vega risk from being realized. Why? Why not? Because my Cubs are burning. Ugh. Did you hedge them? They can't get out. Why do this and waste time? Because you can slowly bleed off the risk. The question you should be asking, which you're never asking, is why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do this? And there you won't find a good reason. Lawrence, how come you've never just gifted me all of your ZOM through computer share? Why wouldn't you? Does that make more sense to you now? That's easy. I didn't know you can gift shares. I think you're missing the point. It's annoying me, that's why. I just don't understand why they don't care about my opinion of the price action they are causing. Fair. Those shares are his. Here's my question. Is slowly bleeding off bad risk profitable? I mean, it means less of a loss. I gave you 100% of my computer shares. Yeah, which was 0 shares. You can't be in the cult unless you computer share gift your Zom to the pickle man. I'm trying to make a point. You don't just give up your money. Oh. How do you explain super chats? That's just giving money to Google. Some of us are married. Yes, we do. All right, fair. You win that one. Does Pi-Fi sound like a chipmunk on Discord audio to anyone else? I hope so. That's amazing. Are these failures to not break 43.25 bullish at all? Well, if we'd stop testing 43.25, they could be. Ooh. Can I do that? Alright. Huh. Any more positional changes to the bear side? Not really. Put and call delta are both pretty flat right now. So nothing's really moving around much. I guess the 43.35 picked up a little bit of put interest. Not much though. It's like a fun little money slide. Does it look like we may fail again soon? We'll find out here in a second. Is this JPM long puts rolling? No, they roll this Friday. Does today significantly alter the week's predictions? No. I don't remember my prediction from yesterday, but wasn't it like something like test 4,300, then bounce through Tuesday, Wednesday? Why didn't you warn me that it was MOASS? Oh, you didn't ask. They're trying to build a foothold to bounce it into the midweek. Is it Tesla MOASS? Is it? Not really. Ooh. Nice. Kind of feels like there's not too many buyers of the oversold bounce. Yeah, that's the problem. Finding liquidity is not going to be easy. I just applied for my WeBull margin account. When it switches, will I just have one margin account? Yeah. You'll just have one. You can open another account with them if you want, but you have to do it with a different email. Over the weekend, my girlfriend tried cannoli for the first time in her life and she loved it. She said it was the best 6-inch cylindrical object she's ever put in her mouth. What do? At least she didn't say it was cream filled. So, lucky you. Another fall to 43.25 likely if they fail. I think, I mean, well, I would have thought the last one would have failed here and here, but if we fail again, I mean, this isn't like, it's not like this resistance is getting more bullish. I mean, they're shorting the fuck out of vol here and getting a lower high. That's probably not great. I will know if my puts are gonna blossom into beautiful butterflies. I mean, I guess you don't. I don't understand why they. I don't understand why they want 43.40 so badly. It's like so much fucking work to try to get 43.40 and they keep failing. They're not even, it's not even like they're trying to get 50. They're desperate to get anything bullish in the money. I mean, you'd think they'd try for 50, right? Like where the risk is. Like, all right, we're gonna gun for 50, but no, they're like gunning for 40 and failing. What's the other best Italian dessert you mentioned? Sfogliatelle. It's like, that's an F. Not the ones with shit inside them, though. Those are disgusting. They call those like lobster claws or something. They're nasty. If Dork was a chick, would you stuff your face in his bosom? If you wanted me to, I guess. I mean, I'll do it even though he's not a chick. If that's what Dork needs, that's what Dork gets. Imagine spending all of your hard-earned bull money trying to get 4340 and then failing again. Tell Dork he needs SPX of 4300. I'm sure he does. I don't I think what they use it, it's like mascarpone, though, Verax, right? I've never had one with like creme patisserie in it. They have to be shooting bull mayo blanks by now, right? I don't know. It's kind of unrelenting, and the Bears really just aren't doing much. They don't seem to give a shit. I don't have to imagine. I was there for the Battle of 180. When retail tried to win. Those were the days. Is that how you say that? I avoid saying it so I don't sound like an idiot. Creme patisserie? That's French. He said it in Italian, which is crema pastacera? The hard C? My Italian pronunciation's atrocious. It's French for peanut butter. I was making beignet with mascarpone. Hmm. Gherkin. This is boring. When Bear's hungry again? It seems they only want to buy puts when VIX is at 17. Are you still in any of the Apple play from last week's Pickles picks? Yeah, some of it. I still have Apple puts. It's still basically at $75, so fucking. I prefer authentic Italian dessert pizza. Ugh. Alright, win failure. This is getting boring. 20 minutes? It's gotta be more than that, right? We fought back against this fucking drop so hard over the last 3 days. I hope everybody gets like a bunch of false confidence. They go long everything, and then we gap down into market open on Friday because JPOW runs his mouth. That'd be awesome. How far are we from the JPM puts? It's only like 300 BPS. We could do it. 275. I feel like the charts I give you guys are way too good. Huh. The best charts. Is that a descending xylophone? I mean, it's all part of just one downtrend, right? If anything, it's broadening, which is bearish. Well, yeah, even there, it's still broadening. So if you ignore the vol from that drop. This isn't too different than like the distributive effect we saw on Friday, right? It's just at a lower level. Yeah, the yields must really be fucking them over. That's got to be rough. Don't forget that. So the reason the yields have such a dramatic effect, right, is that margin is usually supported with cash collateral, right? And cash collateral is usually like MBS, bonds, CMBS, right? Or, well, cash. So when yields go up, the value of their bond holdings goes down. So that means that their cash collateral drops. It becomes harder to meet margin requirements. And you think like, well, oh, like it didn't. That's not a lot today, but yields didn't really go up that much. But 2% is 2%. Right, they've been yields have been rocketing over the last few weeks. There. Translate for the GME charts. Yields up, same like Kenny getting margin called. Well, not necessarily Kenny, but it could be rough for Kenny too. I think Kenny's like net short treasuries, right, which protects you. So your hedge would be short treasuries, long vol. But vol's not going up substantially, which is a problem for everybody who's trying to hedge bond portfolios with the like forward convexity of VIX futures. Is this the J-Pow making his way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and he's recession bound pattern? Maybe. Can you explain the VIX like I'm 14th century Dutch nobility? If there's a late spring frost, VIX tells you how scared people are of losing their tulips. That was impressive for off the cuff. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you so much, Popcorn. I do my best. You do ask for some very strange explanations sometimes. It keeps me on my toes. What are your thoughts, expectations for TLT? Apologize if you discussed yesterday. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. So I'm short TLT into like Jan, and then I'm long TLT after that. I mean, yields can keep rising here. Eventually, something will break, but probably equities first, given that they're the most mispriced. Then I expect, at some point demand on the 20-year will pick up, and then TLT price will rise. Probably sometime into 2024 or mid 2024. 2% is crazy at 5% yield value. And these guys are probably leveraging to the memories. Yeah, they are. Yeah, everything's compounded by the leverage effect. So, no way that was off the cuff. That was a plant? I refuse to believe you're that witty. Okay. It helps me learn. The problem is my alter ego, who is Dutch nobility, forgot their IBKR password again. I mean, Popcorn Trader, arguably the best thing for your portfolio most days is that you are locked out of it. Maybe IBKR knows this and they're trying to help you out. Do you think they have another pump left in the tank today? God, I fucking hope not. I'm getting so tired of this. Could they break 43.20 on this drop? Maybe. Now would be as good a time as any to drop in and check on 43.05. I couldn't agree more. It's always good to like the stream. Yeah. It's even better to like and hit the notification button. That'd also be cool. Also, how many of you are just not subscribed to the stream? somebody signed up for Dillionaire, but they weren't subscribed to the stream. And they were like, why aren't I getting notifications? Anyone that comes in saying they had to search for your stream is 100% not subscribed. Wow. That's just hurtful. I unsubscribe every time I have a red day in my port. That makes sense. Give me a bull thesis. If it drops anymore, we're fucked. That's what I'd be saying if I was a bull right now. Here's another one. I can't believe I bought these sacks of shit 600 BPS higher. Why did I listen to Tom Lee? The guy said Bitcoin to 200K. He's clearly a moron. Give me a valid bear thesis. Bulls are wrong. I can't believe I sold these puts. They're so close to in the money. Could you confirm if a tropical storm could spin the market into a downturn? And conversely, would that lead to market VUPs in the southern hemisphere? I don't know. Is it an emerging market? Thanks, Lawrence. Which one wants us to go up again? Bears? Bulls? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Thanks, Hamburger Helper. Bears like to eat their prey alive. Actually, most wild animals eat their prey alive. But bulls are vegans, so that should tell you all you need to know about bulls. Probably not enough protein to run the old noggin. Iron deficiencies. I've seen a bull eat a little baby chick alive. That's not predation though. That's like opportunistic predation. Like, oh, I'll just crunch this and get some extra protein, right? That's not like they're not actively hunting small chickens. What do you think of going long a submerging market? That's a hot take. The brain only the brain runs on sugars? What? Oh fuck, what did I do? Okay, I fixed it. That's what gratuitous amounts of steroids and corn are for. There's certain amino acids that you can only get from meat. I think like a couple of them are available in fish. One of them I believe is only available in red meat. And most vegetarians have an iron deficiency, which can lead to cognitive decline. If you're a vegetarian, you should take iron supplements, probably. Or just at least make sure you're getting enough iron in your diet of beans and greens. I just said iron is in beans and greens. I just said that. Read up on amino acids. You can get all amino acids from plants? No, you can't. You can't get taurine or carnosine. It's made up of beta alanine and histidine. It's found in like skeletal muscle. It's also found in the heart and brain, but no one wants prions. You can take taurine supplements. Carnosine, I don't know if you can get supplements for. They might have like a synthetic variant. But it's still, I mean, it'd still be sourced from like single-celled organisms or something. I'm a second-degree vegetarian. I make sure my food is vegetarian. That's why I choose grass-fed beef. All essential amino acids are available in plants. Only cats and babies require taurine, not adult human people. Hmm. It's a nice antioxidant, though. Fucking another bounce? Jesus Christ. I'm running out of time for this bullshit. Hold on. Yeah, no significant changes. All the open interest kind of looks the same still. You know who likes not being killed by free radicals? Cancer? That's who. Fair enough. But carnosine plays a role too, right? Like, doesn't it? Does I mean, it's not important. It's not required for survival, but it it helps with like pH like intracellular pH buffering and metal chelation, which could matter depending on if you live in Flint, Michigan or not. Not carnitine, carnosine. INE. Today is boring. Yeah, it fucking is. Don't tell me they pumped tech and shorted the VIX again. Alright, I won't tell you that. Not carne asada. I thought there were some studies that that showed that like having a diet that was had insufficient amounts of carnosine led to more like age related like neurodegenerative diseases and like increased risk of cataracts and glaucoma. Yeah, fuck the pumpers. I agree. I eat crickets. Ew. I mean, I'm not arguing against vegetarianism or veganism. Overall, it's probably significantly more healthy, but there are some. Yeah, because you like lose like your carnosine levels with age, right? It's been a long time since I've researched any of this shit, but were you a quant analyst or a desk jockey when you used to work for the hedges? I was something in between a quant and well, I was something in between a quant and an analyst. But shill. I developed fund strategies and trade strategies. Which nowadays quants do more of, like specifically. But that also depends on the firm. Did you have a nameplate on your desk? No, I never got one. I had one in my drawer that belonged to the guy who previously had that desk. His last name was Wafels. I never met him, but I'll never forget him. Do funds get tax breaks if they hire centaurs? I hate this place. But looked like waffles? No, it had an I. It was Waiffles. He died. Um, in a boating accident. He lose the fund a lot of money or something? I don't even know what the fuck he did. I had his desk, but we had different jobs. That's tragic. That's also how I lost all of my firearms and related accessories. Boats are very dangerous. Grak is saying all this about having to eat meat. Well, his diet, because I didn't say anybody has to eat meat. I just said that there's some possible benefits to having animal protein in a diet. Scientifically. Thank you for not reading the funny part. No problem. I didn't want you to get too full of yourself. Fubo has 10 million shares available on IBKR. Again, is the run imminent? Oh, maybe. Yeah. What's it trading at? Hmm. Curious. Okay, the 43, 30, and 35 sold off again. Now we have slightly more 25 and 20 on the put side. Or just slightly more 25, and now that's even with 20. Actually, yeah, it makes more sense. Actually, it's a little greater than 20. Interesting. This is fucking bullshit, man. Is someone speaking today? Kashkari at 6? Who the fuck cares about that? It would be so tight if Fubo ran. I just took CC profits. I should probably close mine too. I think I have some 250s out. Hmm. All right, you guys need to just lay off of the medieval insults, all right? Stop thumbing your nose at each other. Is that Victorian? Whatever. Government shutdown would delay release of key economic data, including jobs report. Yeah, that's accurate. Jobs report, CPI, all of that. I'm getting a new kitchen. I would like us to be under 4,300, please. But you didn't. I thought you made money last week. You greedy. You're so greedy. Something big is about to happen. If by big you mean a move to 43.25, maybe. I lost it all almost immediately. Oh, okay, never mind. Where do you think SPX goes by end of day? I'd like it to go down. I think the momentum to the downside's starting to build, but they keep fucking reversing it. So it's it's like it's very frustrating. Every time we start to gain just a little bit of downside momentum, they pump it back up again. So I don't know if we're gonna actually get any fucking downside. Or well, any significant downside, I guess. Although it's not power hour yet. Maybe we'll get more We'll get more aggressive put interest during power hour. Once they're cheap. They're getting cheaper. Like, at the money puts aren't so badly priced right now. $4. But calls are getting cheaper too, so. No kidding, they bought some more calls. Or sold calls? Ooh, what if they sell them? That'd be cool. Charm, fear, uncertainty, J-Pow. Any significant changes in positions? No. Everything's almost the same as it was at market open. There's a few more calls on the chain than there were, but the put interest is pretty much exactly the same. There's longer dated puts being bought, but they're out of the money. SPX is almost in a perfect Wyckoff accumulation pattern. It's an almost a perfect distribution pattern. Lawrence, you really need to stop buying zero DTEs, man. That's just how bearish positioning accumulates on indexes. It's not like a specific strategy or anything. It's just what's most advantageous at the time based on the price of volatility. Although periods of bearish accumulation on indexes are rare, right? So the fact that we're in one is significant. Is this bullish? My Cubs were trapped earlier. No, I wouldn't say anything that's happened today is particularly bullish. It's consolidating. But loosely. They're really trying to defend their Vega risk at 45.25. Or 43.25. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we're bouncing between like 43.25 put interest and 43.35 call interest. But we keep reverting back down because the put interest is greater. This points intersect at 401. I mean, it doesn't really matter where they intersect. But it might be longer than that. They intersect tomorrow morning. That probably won't matter though. You think this will break down or continuation pattern to the upside? I don't think there's any continuation here. Like this is super fucking bearish. Like this just looks like bearish repositioning. There's no indication of a reversal yet. We're still really far from any confirmation of that. That would happen above 4360. Um we're very much still in a bearish range. Like there's nothing bullish has happened here. We're up 16 BPS from Friday's close, and intraday we've fallen below it. Massive future sell-off now. That'd be cool. We're getting a little uptick in put interest at 43.20 and 15. Bears are so fucking cautious. God. Just keep failing. I should move this. I'm gonna put holes in it. That's the answer. What could come at any time? Larry said he wants to see you in his office in 15 minutes and bring the gray coupon. I don't have any gray coupons. What's the purpose of having a large 100-point wide bear put spread for your SPX position? Is it a Vega play for debit spreads? A little bit. I can also close the short leg after some time has passed, and I think we're ready for a larger move to the downside. In which case, I've offset theta decay in the interim. Excuse me, but do you have any gray coupons? I don't. I think you'd find those in maybe a newspaper. Bullish positioning everywhere. There's no bullish positioning anywhere. There's some like very short dated interest in trying to get us back above 4340. And aside from that, there's basically nothing. All the other bullish interest is almost non-existent. Well, significantly outweighed by the bearish positioning, I guess, is more accurate, but But it could come in on short notice. That's always true. A lot of it would have to come in. I don't think it would be. I think it'd be pretty telegraphed at this point. Like if the longer dated options chain started to shift bullish, it would take quite some time for it to actually become bullish. If we fail to bounce here, will downs get violent? 43.25 is so well defended today. I mean, possibly. Puts are pretty cheap right now, so yeah, I guess bears bearish position could get a little bit more aggressive below the 43.20 level. It may not, but it could. It would require some actual positive news. I mean, probably because they just for liquidity reasons. Do you vote occasionally? If I remember to. There we go. Ooh, we broke 43.22. That's a bigger deal. See, I told you wouldn't have to wait till tomorrow morning. Gappy break as well? Well, that might not be good, right? That could just lead to capitulation. But it does look like the accumulation of longer dated put interests benefited from the sideways trading today. There's definitely a lot more put interest below 4,300 now. Like 42.90, 75, both looking pretty good. Until they repeat end of day Friday, I don't know if there's enough. I mean, well, there wasn't enough liquidity Friday to pull that off, but I don't know if there's enough like active participants right now for them to find the liquidity to do what they did on Friday. Like volume is pretty low across the board today, so nice. Just doing nothing. Dixie broke back above 106. Ooh, very nice. Five years up 1.23. 10 years 2.34. 20 and 30 are both up 2.78. Interesting. Someone buying or selling $19 calls for Friday on GME? I have no idea. You said Dixie Rising is bearish for companies that sell overseas. So Rising Dixie is an indicator of weak global economy? Partially, yeah. A weakness in foreign currencies. Currency valuations have a lot of moving parts, but that's part of it, yeah. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. I hadn't noticed. Whistling Dixie. Fibonacci retracements are fake. Stop trying to assign a national or a natural ratio to a fucking chaotic system. It's ridiculous. Fucking hate fibs. We're entering a spiral of Archimedes retest. You mentioned KView a couple days ago. Is the play dead? What stage would you say? I mean, it was never a play by itself. The play that it was a part of was awesome. I have some shares of it. I don't know what it's trading at today. I have some CSPs at 21 for December. I have some shares, and I have some covered calls at I rolled them down to 22.50 for October 20th. So it's not dead. I mean, I think it's got decent value. It's got an okay yield. It's probably a little undervalued right now. And it's got a massive short position on it, so the golden ratio means that all who will use it will become rich beyond their wildest dreams. Why is it that everyone that talks about it's like a fucking Twitter finfluencer, YouTuber, or a fucking like wrote some shitty trading book? Like I know prop traders that use fibs and like none of them ever cash out. Ugh. Dow theory is a bit it's fine. Wyckoff's better, but and Dow theory would never apply to any move on the intraday. Not really. 3.9% dividend. That's the real KView play. Looks like it's gonna be. If it works so well, why aren't they all billionaires? Because it doesn't work that well. It's just bias confirmation. No, Fibs and Elliott waves just make me think people are fucking stupid. Like, anytime anybody brings those up to me, I immediately assume they're a moron. I know you're joking, by the way. Ask Jeeves. Can I wrench your brain from 9:30 to 4 every day? Don't you already? No? Any indication where this stops or not? Well, I guess here we're gonna see if we get more put accumulation to the downside. And it looks like we've got a bit at 43.10, 43.15. The 43.40 calls, 43.35 and 43.30 calls have all dropped off pretty substantially. There's still call interest at 20 and 25, however. We're starting to see an increased accumulation of short calls above 4,400 too, which is probably largely what's funding the increase in long puts below 4,300. Pump into close. Well, some of the range for a pump here is diminished. We have a decent amount of put interest at 4,300. There's a chance we can grind lower here. I guess we'll see how effectively they reverse volatility. If VIX keeps moving up, though, it's pretty likely that we're going to see more downside. Okay, I was down 2K, now I'm flat. The market respects the infallible pull of 1.618. What are your thoughts on Fibiot Wavenachis? Is that a combination of Fibonacci's, Elliott waves, and Fibiot waves? You've smashed so many words together. Helioto, Galileo, Fibonacci, and I have a bridge to sell you. You know, Fibiot waves are, I think they're a real thing, aren't they? I'm gonna look this up. I think they are. They have something to do with like wave propagation in solid surfaces, right? What are your thoughts on clown candles? Where? Oh, nice. Bouncing back immediately to the levels we just rejected from is arguably one of my favorite things ever. Especially when it happens over and over and over again. Although this still looks pretty bearish. De-risking 25s? That'd be hot. Ooh, maybe. Big moves like this don't usually have a lot of staying power. Seems to be driven largely by futures. I remember this. Ooh. When was the JPM collar supposed to roll? Anytime this week? It rolls on Friday. I know it's kind of frustrating day, but I did good. Thanks, man. Thank you, NW. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. There were some good plays today. I made money on calls, and I made some money on puts off this breakdown. Finally. It'd be cool if it breaks down one more time. Did I miss the drop? Well, you missed one of them. We very well could get another one here. A little bit of 4330 interest on that. I don't know if it'll just fade, but probably. Still a put wall at 35. Uh, Delta's starting to fall off. Positive delta is starting to fall off. Seems bearish. Yeah, it looks pretty bearish too. It was like, so I think they still have some sold puts at 43.15. And they haven't fully de-risked 43.25 either. Although it is down a bit. So some risk pulled back, but that's probably just compounded at 4,300. But 43.15 is actually a pretty important level for them here. Hmm. Ko-Fi merchant charge? What? There shouldn't be anything. Does it just run through PayPal? Or did they change the name of their just the name on their payment processing? Is there an affirm option on Ko-Fi? I don't think so. No, there's no other fee charged. NW 116 fee on 25. Huh. That should fall off, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the fee is on my end. I don't. I'm trying to see how to check. There shouldn't be any fee. Thanks, Navy. Yeah, I have a fee on my end, but I don't know why you'd have one. I'll try to pay myself something later and see if it does that. Yeah, but that's weird still. I don't know why I would do that. How's the market doing? It's still here. So better than popcorn traders puts. It seems to be chopping in quite a healthy manner. Well, if by healthy you mean trading like fucking Litecoin or something, then sure. There's a guy on Wall Street Bets who said he made 100K and he only had 32K left after fees and taxes. Jesus. How? I didn't see it. I don't really look at Wall Street Bets very often. SRX trading like Moonwind. That's so much in fees. What the fuck? Fucking, did he not like negotiate his fees down with his broker or something? He algo trades a ton. Oh, that'll do it. No, so he's got a shitty algorithm. Sounds like over hedging. It sounds like me trying to trade futures. I mean, it kind of. I mean, if you're losing that much money in fees, you're doing something wrong. Either you've chosen very poorly as far as your broker goes, or maybe he's like a foreign national or something. That's a lot of fucking slippage on $100 profit. And then why isn't he? I mean, I'm not even gonna get into the tax shit, but it has to be international trading. I mean, it doesn't. If you're algo trading, you can rack up fees really really fast, but you can take steps to reduce those fees, and you could choose brokers that have lower fees. Fidelity's 65 cents a trade. You can get it lower if you have more money with them. Although I'm not really sure how much money you need with them to get them to lower it, but I've gotten them to lower it. I also have just copious amounts of free trades because I bitch at them every time they fuck something up. What's Fidelity's definition of more money? Probably like 500, a million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million. No, not 20K. That's not that's not even enough to get rid of PDT. I got a letter from Fidelity because I've had over 60 losing trades and negative P&L. They're going to shut me down unless I sign a waiver to continue winning. Sounds like it. 30-minute pump to Valhalla. Mm, I still think well, right now we have like a $15 range we're most likely to close in between 25 and 15. A $10 range, sorry. I guess we could close below 15, so $15 range. Although 4310's well, 4310 actually has a lot of OI on longer dated contracts. So I guess that's possible. So many little bounces. I'm really sure I understand the benefit of protecting the risk here. It's very costly. The volatility is pretty great / terrible. I did okay on this and this. The rest of the day sucked. Well, I didn't really trade it, but I bought some puts when we were here. I bought some calls here and sold them like right there. Now I sold them here. Those are the only 2 trades I've really made today, I think. Yeah, I mean, they're doing something to lower risk. I don't really know if they're de-risking anything substantially. Why do they just pump to try to break through? They probably can't get through the put wall. There's a pretty substantial wall of puts at 43.35. And there's a bunch of put walls if you go further out. Like 30, 35, 40. There's a lot of long puts that are farther dated. It's probably not that hard to push above them with the 0 DT contracts, but you're just gonna fail immediately, right? This way their goal is probably just VIX sub 17 for their margin. Probably. No, it hasn't stopped them before, but it's just we're not in the same environment that we were in when we were in like a positive gamma and delta environment, right? Where the market maker would come in and support the levels they pump to. In this environment, when they pump and they don't keep pumping, they lose the level and it fails. It almost sounds like you're saying bear call spreads are safe. Bear credit spreads. I mean, I sold some earlier. I hope they're safe. Although I'm kind of questioning it now because I sold them on our last test of 30. TLT new low. Dixie's still under 106 right now. Which is ridiculous, given that the 30 and 20 year have both moved up 30 BPS in the last half hour. Does today's price action make a bounce Tuesday, Wednesday more or less likely? It depends where we close. I think if we close below 43.25, less likely, but the overnight move could change that. I think it's just something to watch out for over the next couple days. The bear repositioning may already like be done for today, right? And then if that's the case, we could start moving lower tomorrow. Have they gotten the foothold they need for the midweek bounce? Like I said, it depends on where we close. Maybe. And not really. Ideally, they'd have this above 43.50 today. 43.25. Yeah, I still think, we're in like they're in a situation where they just need to de-risk and retreat further back on the chain. I don't think they're really in a position where pumping is the right move. They're increasing the risk of me walking into B of A and punching some regional manager and telling them to pass the message to their trading desk. You're gonna get in trouble for that, Dave. Don't do that. Failing on the 5 minute, but probably not enough time to fail substantially into close. Uh, Closing level could still be like 25.20. 43.15 puts closed down a bit. Delta's pretty flat. Yeah, I would say that we're pretty likely to close somewhere between here and 43.15. That'll tighten up, but unless something changes substantially, that's what it looks like right now. HE doing some stuff, kind of. Okay, a little bounce back from today's earlier drop. I mean, as far as recoveries go, this is pretty fucking weak. Like, we're not trading as low as Friday's close, but we're not trading substantially above it. Like, a 20 BPS day is not really... It's not really going to lend a lot of confidence to anybody who wanted to buy the dip. Futures is a little more obvious. $340 right now? $325. That looks kind of bearish. Is this even... I mean, this isn't even like really a win on the vol side either. Like, VIX is still above 17 here. Maybe with 25 and 30 all day. Yeah. This is so dumb. Are you letting go of the short leg of your bear credit spread? I don't have a bear credit spread. The debit spread? No. I already paid for it with calls, so I don't really care what happens to it at this point. But I bought it for Friday. Three and a half hours of nothing, pretty much. Howdy, y'all. Great day for scalping contracts today. I hope some of y'all realize profits. For those of you that overheld, get fucked. Nice, Carl. You said this week was going to be exciting. The week's not over yet. I'm sure you were probably really excited when you were buying at the money 4300s this morning. I'm just less excited when the market bounced and they went out of the money. We have 17 minutes to create Black Monday. Did the margin cost over the weekend hinder them at all? It may have. I mean, we closed very low. And VIX was up pretty substantially as well. If you want to be excited, time your positions poorly. You'll be on the edge of your seat all day. or don't do that. Think you can expect T plus 2 from Friday downs tomorrow? Most of that probably would be sorted out today. I mean, I don't really think market makers on SPX carry over a lot of risk into T plus 2. That would be very dangerous. Put only straddle tonight? No straddle. Shorter dated calls, but definitely both. The call side of my straddle did pretty good today. That was the only thing I was able to manage this morning, but the put and call side both did pretty well. So yeah, I think I'll stick with that.
Congratulations, Baradactyl. Pulled overnight from that second drop then? Wait, what? Woke up at noon, only lost 100. I was up at one point, but not bad for being sick. Alright. Good. I'm looking for some investment advice because I have extra cash. Have you seen Popcorn Trader? He's the man for the job. Oh boy. I'm sure he's around somewhere. Would it be possible to profit from these end of day SLD and V OPEXs? I don't know. I mean, I bought puts the last time we were trading at 43.30, and then I got stopped out of them at like 43.17. So that was cool. They made like 100%, a little more. So yeah, you can make money on them. But it's just like intraday shit. If you have a longer dated position, today's just boring. You think we close above 43.25? I mean, I hope not, but we could. There's only 13 minutes left. There's definitely still Vega risk at 43.25, so I'm sure they'd prefer to avoid closing below it. Futures kind of looks like it's failing, so we might just close like right at 43.25 or 43.23. Yeah, trash was I think around last night. Does it make sense to hold puts overnight? I may have missed the second drop. My 4300 is 20 DTE. Do you have a choice? I mean, you could sell something against it overnight if you want to reduce some of the risk. Hmm. Doesn't seem like you're doing a very good job keeping these in the money. Ooh. Try and go the other way with it there. Well, now a bunch of 4330s are going to sell off. I don't really know if bears gave up there. Oh, maybe a little bit at 25. Look at VIX. Hilarious. Yeah. I'm angrier now than when they were actually able to pump the market. I mean, all of these feelings and emotions would be solved by having a little more theta. I have a little bit of theta, and I'm pretty fucking indifferent to literally everything that's happening today. This seems like a good price to start re-entering longer dated puts. Also, 17 months. Fucking A. Whoosh. Thanks, Big Dill. Love the pickle fam. Thanks, Frank. Um, VIX may not go lower. I mean, but that's the risk you take. The treasury market looks fucking terrible. Like, yields just keep rocketing. Somehow Dixie is managing to stay just under 106. Probably because 106 spooks the shit out of everybody, but I mean, at what point does gold go up? Not until the dollar goes down, probably. But any fears around like bond market liquidity or dollar valuation could drive gold higher. I've been getting like Jan calls and some March calls on like GLD for gold for a little while now. Not too far out of the money, but decently out of the money. I think there's a chance it runs. This price action is so fucking weird. I don't understand what's so important about that. Is it just trying to get VIX lower? So they're buying the 44.30 and 35 for tomorrow. Hmm. I hate the Bulls so much. They're buying so hard. They really don't want to carry that Vega risk overnight, I guess. It'd be funny if VIX still closes above 17. Is the long duration just Japan selling off all those treasuries to peg all of the USA at once? No, I don't think Japan's doing any open market operations right now. China might be, but they're not. They don't really disclose a lot. There's a chance China is. China for sure, I thought, with just how nuts this has been. Maybe. Ding ding. The day is done. Oh, that was a lot. I guess the Bulls got back VIX 17. I hope that was worth it. I'm not really sure that puts them in a much better position. But maybe they'll get a few more confident buyers with the higher close. ES closing the day at 43.80, so just above the mid-range signal, and right at Friday's like end of day high. I'm pretty close to it. Oh, that was this morning. Oh, interesting. No, we're not at Friday's end of day high. Sorry, my mistake. We're almost at the pre-market high, which was 43.80. Ah. Well, it's a bit of a turnaround. still not where they need to be in order to keep pumping, but they might be able to get the rest of the room they need overnight to get it above 4350. I don't know if they're going to de-risk when they test 4350 or they're going to try to push it higher and aim for 4400, but right now we're kind of in the same range we were last night. VIX did move down today about 2%, and closed below 17, so a little bit of the risk off the table there. However, Dixie is still floating around 106, up 36 BPS today. USD JPY is touched 149 earlier, probably will again. And the 10, 20, and 30-year yield all moved up very substantially, 243 to 311 BPS. Dow still kind of underperforming the rest of the indexes. That's about it. I mean, tech didn't really do that well today. Google did okay. Netflix, Apple didn't do very well. Amazon pulled back a little bit, but it's still below resistance. AMD up a little bit. Nvidia did okay today. They kind of clawed back from the bounce on the resistance last week. Nvidia might have some room to run. What did Meta end up doing for today? So Meta ended up kind of pushing a bit. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stabilization, but that's also going to lead to more put accumulation on the bear side. I would have expected a little bit of a stronger push out of the bears today, but they did sell some of their positioning last week, and that short-dated call interest was going to be a problem today no matter what. I don't think we're at a range yet where we have to worry about like any kind of bullish breakout, but a little bit of a move up. 4350 is going to be very important. If they're able to stabilize 4350 or reverse it and push us up to 4400, they could stabilize out through the end of the month and reduce their quarterly losses. So it's probably not just going to be the usual pumpers looking to find a foothold here, but anybody still carrying some bags. Data for tomorrow, nothing really significant. I think we have home prices in the pre-market. Obviously, if those miss, that could be a big deal. I think we have some Richmond Fed and Dallas services. Then we have a 2-year note auction and Bowman speaking tomorrow afternoon. That's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone. Later.